Hello, cats and kittens. Mama Cat Gamer here with another episode of our journey through post Heavensward quests, the patch quest between Heavensward and Stormblood. And we just picked up a number of raid quests to unlock normal raids and to unlock more trials, to unlock the Heavensward first Alliance raid. So I'm going to queue for that Alliance raid. Void Arc. You know what? I'll queue for both. We also have to talk to somebody. Gods of Eld. Wait in the solar of the rising stones. Okay. We left in a bit of a cliffhanger with our live stream with seeing Sir Emmerich get knifed. Yeah, let's talk to these folks. Amatia. I was one of those to answer the Scion's calls to arms and volunteer my blade at the siege of Ishgard. 'Twas there that I made the acquaintance of this fair fellow. Your bravery shall not soon be forgotten. I recall you from the Battle of the Steppes. That's kind of cool. Alian says, to help widen the net of our search efforts, I've recruited a small army of seasoned adventurers, friends from my own days in the dungeon delving trade. Cool. Efemi. Rael and Lady Yugiri have already left to pursue rumors of the missing scions. I think I might head to Gridania myself and make some inquiries there. This is only until Flamine returns. Lumvita. I'm sorry that I refused your plea for aid, but aside from the very real dangers that Ishgard faced, I sensed something not quite right about the Crystal Braves. Yeah, you weren't wrong. Ergmus. Oh, there's not like a well-earned drink after a hard day's work. Clemens. Oh, Aenor, why must you always fall for these tragic types? And it is not as if we need another healer. You can never have too many healers. Aenor says, I've met a new man, but he spends more time talking about his lost sibling than aught else. Mayhap you've met the missing brother. I hear he used to work here. Oh, yeah. Ochre Boulder. For 1,000 days I walked along the edges of Abalathia's fiery craters, tempering both mind and body that I might withstand the rigors of battle at my brother's side. When at last I felt I was prepared, I traveled here to Mordona, only to be greeted with the news that Hori is nowhere to be found. All right, we got a pop. Sometimes, my screen freezes when I'm about ready to get kicked out. Oh, we get all sorts of critters flying around here. I love how I get a second chance sticker if I'm new in there. Kind of cool. Oh, somebody made me their dance partner. You want to stay away from being behind him. He's got that nasty rear conal. You also want to stay out of this circle that he spawns. And then you want to get in close, because he will make the entire floor except around him electrified. Ah, it's the electric whirl. That's what it's called. Alright, we have to kill these hydrospheres. One of the parties will get stuck in the center. We gotta kill all these spheres to let them out before they drown. Ooh, I went out of that one. Some of this Void Ark stuff looks really good, and some of it looks really weird. Okay, they're gathering them all up over there. Aerium down. But wait, there's more. Alright, if you're melee, you gotta attack the tree. Hopefully the other tank will take that. If you're ranged, you can go attack the sawtooth. Hopefully you run between these lines to free everybody. Little webs. Break the webs by running through them. Well, that wasn't very nice. Sawtooth there to come and try and spit on us. Alright, when he's invulnerable, you gotta put the tree between you and Sawtooth. I'm gonna stand here, we can't do anything with the tree, we just look beautiful. Kill the bugs. Stay out of the circles there. They're like La Brea tar pits with Venus flytraps in there. Ah, shit! Stank's done this one a lot. He knows where the doorways to the next place are, so he pulls the boss closer. A nice touch. Very nice touch. We are Group C. A nice effect there. It's like a bottomless pit of a ship there, man. Somebody said, "How are you running faster than me?" Somebody else replied, "White Mage Dash." And the first guy says, "Give me piggyback ride." Alright, this guy is just ew. Reminds me of Jabba the Hutt with puke. Like, he even has ass physics there. It's all wiggly wobbly jello-y. Ugh. Go between the tentacles. Or you'll get slammed like that. Idol of Impurity. You have to take out those towers. Oh, look at these named Fubar. But wait, there's more. FUBAR. It's an acronym in the military for FUBAR. For and I'll do a nice version of it. It's followed up beyond all recognition. Black lung. You gotta stay out of his way, of course. You gotta stay behind him. Oh, this is a quick run. Somebody said getting ready to look away. We are Group C, so we're gonna go over by our tank. Yeah, just like super creepy there. They're just like hanging down upside down there. Third time's a charm. Get to express my joy. I'm gonna become the dancer who partnered me. It's actually not too bad. Leofard says, "Bugger me. I expected danger, but not a hell-spawned bleeding nightmare-made flesh like that. Didn't stop you and your mates, though, did it? That's some crew you got there, and no mistake." Got some nice treasure there. All right, then. Let's have a look inside that dirty great coffer-type thing. Something tells me it's filled to the brim with booty. You know, coffins generally are not something you want to open up. Stasia says, "Don't look at me. I never moved a muscle." Leofard says, "What in the seven hells is that bastard doing?" Uh-oh. This way, swiftly now. Okay, it's a cat. Can anyone else see that talking cat over there? Bloody hells, this adventure is getting queerer by the minute. Yeah. Still, I'd rather take me chances with a prattling puss than stay here. Get your things, mateys, we're leaving. Stasia says, but what about the loot? Newfart says, you can't spend it when you're dead. We either follow the furball or make friends with a spell-slinging Voidborn. Your choice. God damn it. How's an honest sky pirate meant to make a living? Yeah, let's get out of there, sister. Okay, and there are coffins all over that thing. It's like a giant coffin of coffins. That's freaking creepy. Newfart says, the ship's breaking up. Is he trying to bring her down? The little cat says, the Void Scent is attempting to initiate a dimensional displacement, but the gate, it cannot possibly be large enough for the entire ship. Looking like maybe it can. The Queen's coffin! He takes it beyond our reach! Newfart says, well, there don't seem much point hanging around here. Let's get back to solid ground. Curious cat. Long has it been since my paws have trodden aught but those cursed decks. Let's try this again. Curious cat. Long has it been since my paws have trodden aught but those cursed decks. Would that I had made landfall under better circumstances. I'd old deckhand. Oh, me poor heart. 'Tis a pity about the loot and no mistake. But at least we made it out in one piece. As Captain's so fond of saying, you can't spend it when you're dead. Stasia says, what kind of cat is that anyway? And what was it doing on that ship? Newfart says, aye, 'twas a bit touch and go in places, I grant you. But here we all are, and all with our bits still attached. This calls for a foaming flag and a... Hold on. Ain't we missing someone? Didn't I tell Utado to wait for us here? Never fear, we've been keeping the girl company. But enough about her. Did you see the cannon on that ship? As you know, my dear Lefford, I am not easily moved, but the sheer power on display set me all a-quiver. Newfart says, well, I hope you're content to admire it from afar. That vessel ain't for the likes of you and me. Radia says, do not presume to measure me by your own limitations. Besides, I believe I've shown how resourceful I can be. Which brings me neatly to the point. You have in your possession a device capable of tracking the ghost ship. Hand it over, or your engineer shall suffer the consequences. Perfect. A compass pointing the way to my just reward. A weapon like that belongs in the hands of one with the will to use it. Come, lads, our business here is concluded. Tada says, I'm sorry, Captain. They caught me off guard. Stasi says, you get a bang on the head or summit? The man I know would never give it to scum like her without a fight, unless... Stasi said, what did you do to the compass? Who, me? Not. Besides slipping a link pearl into its case and like... So long as Radlia keeps it close, and you can be damn sure she will, we'll know exactly what them thieving bastards are planning. Anyone else to wager how long it'll take her to notice me little gift? I like how my cat, like, leaps back in surprise. That's great. Stasia says, that's very clever and all, but how were you proposing to stop her from getting her hands on that derelict and its great big cannon? Leofard says, I ain't worked that part out yet, but I expect it'll start with us keeping a close eye on the Talons. Before we get into any of that, though, got some questions what need answering. Curious Cat. You wish to know more of the Void Ark, the ghost ship, as you call it? Leofard says, the Void Ark, so that's its proper name. Aye, I'd like to hear whatever you'd care to tell us, Puss. And I, for my part, am curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist... Cat says, and I, for my part, am curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist that you address me by my proper name, Cat Sith. I will not respond to Puss or Cat, and most decidedly not Furball. My tale belongs long, long ago in the city of Mhach, which once stood in the lands of Yefem. or Yafaim. The sorcerers of Mhach were masters of destructive magics, and they brought that terrible power to bear against Amdapur and Nim in the War of the Magi. The titanic forces they unleashed, however, took a heavy toll upon the land, ultimately resulting in a colossal flood that drowned the realm of Eorzea, a catastrophe which my master, High Void Mage Scaith, was wise enough to foresee. Stasia says, wait, colossal flood? Are you talking about the 6th Umbral Calamity? I suppose you would know it as such. Now, where was I? Yes. When they learned of the fate that awaited them, the Mhachi Magi began construction of a gargantuan vessel that would bear their people to the skies and to safety. The operation of the Void Ark, as the ship came to be called, was entrusted to Scaith. Prior to that, of course, my master had been a prisoner in her own home, confined for her outspoken opposition to the war. So the Ark was meant as a sanctuary? Then how did it become... So, what happened to all the people? And where did all the void scent come from? Ketsith says, by what power do you imagine such a massive craft remains aloft? The energy required to raise the Ark was siphoned from over 1,000 otherworldly servants sealed within the vessel. Advances in Mhachi sorcery were made for one reason, and one reason only: cataclysmic destructive power. And the swiftest and most dangerous method of acquiring that power was through the enslavement of void-sent entities. Utada says, so the creatures on the derelict, they broke free from your master's control? Ketsis says, at the very heart of the Ark, the Void Mages had entombed a great ruler of the Void Scent, Scaith, the Shadow Queen. But in order to control so potent a prisoner, a mage of adamant will was required, and being Mhach's preeminent sorcerer, Scaith was deemed best qualified. Were it otherwise, my master might never have been released from her own imprisonment. Yet even with Scaith's peerless skill, the Shadow Queen could not long be subjugated. One after another, the lesser void scent awoke and ran rampant within the ship. In the end, Scaith and 53 void mages aboard the Ark sacrificed their own life energies to return the fiends to their coffins, leaving me, a lowly familiar, to watch over a derelict prison. Leofard says, if I remember me umbral eras right, the stuff you just described happened more than 1,500 years past, which is a good while by anyone's measure, and since everything seems to have been quiet on board your boat till just recently, I'm thinking something unusual must have happened to wake the inmates up. Am I warm? Katsith says, one day, a void scent that had taken the shape of a bat flew into the ship. At first, it was a little more than a nuisance that I brushed away, but the longer it remained on the Ark, the stronger it seemed to become. Eventually, I could not contend with its power, and it began shattering seal after seal. Ketsis says, you faced this bat-winged fiend before? It would seem then that the creature survived the encounter, and that he intends to celebrate his restoration by liberating his queen. Leofard says, well, that explains that then, except for one small detail, namely where the queen's coffin went. After it fell out of the ship's belly, I'm assuming it didn't just disappear, right? Ketsith says, you recall the great rift that the Ark's cannon ripped in the sky? That was a void gate. Such a portal opens a temporary path through the void, allowing the ship to travel almost instantaneously from one location to another. The void scent, as you saw, only opened a gate large enough to displace the coffin. As for the coffin's destination, however, that is as much a mystery to me as it is to you. I beseech you, conquerors of the Ark, help me find the Queen's coffin ere the wards binding Scaith are dispelled. Smells to me like an adventure. And who knows what ancient Mhachi treasures we might stumble on along the way. Gods know. They'll make a nice change from all them Allagan tombstones we've been collecting. I will help you. I'm not risking me hide for the sake of the realm, you understand. But I'll be damned if I let either Radlia or that bat-winged bastard take the freedom of the skies from me. Ketsa, you care only for how you might be inconvenienced? If the Shadow Queen were to return, it would have dire consequences for this entire star. Leafart says, count your blessings, furball. I said we'd help, didn't I? Before we go rushing off in search of that coffin, though, there's preparations to be made. You might as well get back to your usual heroical employment, Gav. I'll let you know when it's time to round up your mate skin. Radlia says, the time is nigh, my dear Talons. Soon we shall seize control of the ghost ship and all its power, and rule the skies from here to the ends of the world. Achievement unlocked. Paying the bills. What's that one? Oh, nice. I got a player commendation. That was really sweet. Alright, I got a Void Arc Skirt of Fending. That looks very samurai-ish, doesn't it? This is the maiming armor. I'm betting back in the day, this was like really cool looking armor, but they've got even better stuff now. What's this in here? Urchin loaf. Okay. All right, let's talk to Stasia. The Weeping City. Stasia appears to be in need of your assistance. Gav, I was just about to fly out to Ishgard and track you down. You remember Cat Sith, the Mhach familiar? We've been working with him on a plan to find Diabolos and the Queen's coffin. There have been void-sent sightings from pirates all over, and so we know that bat-winged bugger is hiding someplace in the sky. We just don't know exactly where. And as for going about pinpointing the location, Leofard and the feline are bickering over just exactly how. That's where you come in. If you have a spare moment or two, we could use a third opinion to break the stalemate. Besides all that, Leofard's eager to have another hand to help in the search, so come on over to the Perrick as soon as you're able. You know the way from here, don't you? How do you pronounce Cat Sith? There's a fandom wiki that has a lot of information. All right, well, the translation of the Japanese is Ketoshi. I don't know if it's Kate Sith or Cat Sith. All right, it doesn't have. Sometimes they have an IPA translation there to, or pronunciation. Sorry, not translation. IPA pronunciation. And you can figure it out from there. The engineer says, when you're a sky pirate, a well-maintained airship can mean the difference between life and a horrible plummet and death. So, we keep a damn close eye on the condition of our vessels around here. Red Bill Tarboy. Here to see the captain. Just go through the gate here and head north. When you come out up top, his quarters are across the bridge. Somebody's doing the wash. How did they get so damn muddy? Red Bill Cook. When the crew's heads are filled with naught but loot and laughter, it's my job to see their bellies are filled with decent grub. That Leofard's the worst of the lot. He'd live on gold bars and boot leather if I weren't here to cook for him. Oh, there's somebody actually back here. Can't talk to him, though. Never had a chance to kind of just look around. Get a little tour of the place. I can't jump over there. Stasia says, thanks for coming. The captain and the cat are inside, still having their discussion. Talk to Leofard, will you, before I strangle the both of them? Stasia says, like squabbling children, the pair of them. Help Leofard settle this, would you? Cat Sith says, Gaff, a rational mind such as yours is most welcome. Pray, reason with this wind-addled brigand. If you're here to ask about the Queen's coffin, then you'd best turn around and walk straight out again. This aggravating furballs turned my mood... Let's try that again. If you're here to ask about the Queen's coffin, then you'd best turn around and walk straight out again. This aggravating furballs turned my mood sour as months-old aldgoat milk. Ugh. Stasia says, Leofard, Gav's come all this way to help us, at your request, I might add. He deserves to hear where we stand on the search, at least. Leofard says, the, quote, search, unquote, is giving me ulcers, is what it is. By all reports, Diabolos is lurking somewhere in the heavens, building up his forces. But the sky is a vast dome, as high as the ocean is deep, and we've not the pirates to scour every damn floating rock. That's when I tried my luck with Radlia. You remember her, don't you? Captain of the Talons, blonde hair, one eye, stole our bloody compass. Well, I've been eavesdropping with that link pearl I slipped into the caisson, hoping to catch something useful, but all I've heard from her and her sorry crew is snoring, grumbling, and japes about the Archbishop's holy nethers. In the end, it seems we've no choice but to do this the hard way, but a certain mule in annoyance refuses to acknowledge the truth of it. You can't possibly hope to investigate the entire sky with this meager handful of ne'er-do-wells. I find my suggestion to seek aid from your fellow pirate gangs a perfectly reasonable one under the circumstances. You fired, oh, stow it, you mangy alley cat. You've not, Gav just jumped back again. You've not the faintest idea of how sky pirates operate. Best case scenario, we'd be locked into a deal to hand over any treasure we find. And that's assuming we weren't laughed out of the room to begin with. Katsith says, you cannot assume that every man and woman shares your base morality. If we but made the attempt, I am sure we could convince some few of the nobility of our cause. Stasia says, and so it goes, round and round. Knowing pirates as I do, I find myself siding with the captain on this. But what of you, Gav? Any thoughts on the matter? We should handle this ourselves. We should seek aid from other crews, or keep your silence. Let's see what happens if I keep my silence. Seems that even the Great Warrior of Light has no simple solutions for this problem. However we tackle things, though, we've a long road ahead of us. I'll see if I can't think up a better way to shorten it. You might as well head back to your adventures, Gav, unless you're willing to lend us your experience in another matter, that is. Utada, our chief engineer, has been mumbling about the Void Ark and cursing under her breath for days. Might be as you can provide some insight into her dilemma. Katsith says, she is conducting her research in the Sea of Clouds, yes? Well, I should rather discuss the properties of the Void Ark than continue with this fruitless debate. I shall see you down there, Gav. Leofard says, head into the Sea of Clouds and see what's bothering Utada. Might be as you can shed some light on her problem. Stasia says, Leofard is right in not trusting aught to our fellow pirates, but we could spend years trawling through the clouds. There has to be some other way. I think there's like a whole bunch of stuff, little details all over the place here. Sword, books, flowers, stuff, this portrait on the wall. Obviously somebody important to him. I can't remember who that is, though. We'll find out together. Because I just don't remember. I could look it up, but nah, the surprise is fun. Return to Coldwind. Alright, let's hit join on that. Ketsa says, while waiting for word on Diablos, I have been spending my time learning to pilot the Red Bill's little airships. Thankfully, it seems I have mastered enough of the basics to manage this little jaunt. Mayhap I could make contact with some other pirates without Leofard's mediation. But let us first address Mistress Utada's woes, shall we? Alright, here we just focus Faust. Probably in the past you had to kill the dolls, but that's no longer the case. You just focus Faust. As soon as he dies, the dolls die, basically. Ah, sorry. So if you get that red dot on you, you want to keep running. This music's fun. Like perfect steampunk music. Gotta kill the second one. They're equally linked, but if you killed the first one without killing the other one, you could party wipe. You have to kill them very quickly. Alright, there we go. That was easy peasy. I'm gonna hit and eat on all this. Mead says, "Expertly done, adventurer." Well, what have we here? Round Rock says, sorry. Round Rocks could not stay away. So many new treasures here. Treasures? Oh, you mean the odd bits and bobs. Well, little one, these machina are yours to take. And some of them are rather beautiful, I must admit. Round Rock says, Uplander can tell pretty machines from ugly? Just like Round Rocks. Eid. No harm in adding one more to our company, is there? I'll keep an eye on her. Sure, let's have a kid in the in a combat zone. That sounds like a great idea. Damn it, I was so sure. Shka. Uplanders are unwise to come, but most of all is Treasure Hunter. What she seeks is not here, not in all of Gordius. It's a little cat sitting on his head. As I live and breathe, quick thinks all thoughts, master of the Illuminati, says Mead. Illuminati machinist. Shuck. Gobbies are backstrapped with boom dust. Uplander shoots, everyone kabooms. Illuminati machinist says, Uplander ear catches tongue flaps of master. Basically, are you listening to the master? Enigma Codex for plans making is gone. Illuminati are already undertaking Alexander Initiative. Quick Thing says, shh, foolish Gobby, secrets are kept silent. Tongue flaps never traded with outsiders. Has Quick Things not ordered so many times? The machinist says, Master, forgive noise making of empty head. Gobby did not think. Please, Gobby will take any punishment, just not worst one. How? What? Uplander is shooting Gobbies? And boom dust does not harm Uplanders? Blood. Uplander blood for fallen Gobbykin. Mead says, I think now would be a good time to leave. Ronrax, psh. Uplander, what is Enigma Codex? Treasure? Yes, young one. My treasure. Ronrox says, Mead is amazing. She can tell pretty junk from ugly almost as well as Roundrocks. This Whirlycog Roundrocks finds 72 yalms north and west. And this one is 24 yalms south and east of Architecton. Architecton. Shiny junk and sparkly rocks, bitty bobs and whirlycogs. Mead says, Roundrocks has been showing me her treasures, and they're aptly named. Only a fool would call them junk. Just because something has been discarded doesn't mean it can't be beautiful. She also said that Quick Thinks has a face like a machina, cold and calculating. I can only assume she means his mask. Backrix says, Backrix is keeper of knowings and data. What does Uplander wish to learn? Tell me about yourself. Uplander wishes to know background data of Backrix? Very well. Backrix keeps eyes on Illuminati stronghold. But why is Backrix chosen? Uplander will wonder. It is by request of Slowfix. Many gobbies like tinker-making tools and machinery, but Backrix has brain case like steel trap, catching all heard things, all seen things. So where Illuminati gather, there does watch of Backrix begin. So Backrix kind of a spy. What kind of place is this? Oh, Shortstop is where gobbies of Idleshire keep watch, for Illuminati can never be trusted. They have made a base inside Giant of Metal. It is old machine, left by Uplanders of Charlian to rust. But with many hammerings, Illuminati repair and give it movement. Yes, it once stood. But luck is on side of Idleshire, and Giant of Metal failed. It came to a shuddering stop and fell over into the lake. But if wakes again, then Idleshire is ending, crushed under feet of iron. Wedge says, Welcome back, Gav. I'm working with Backrix to intercept Illuminati communications. He's got a wonderful memory for details and a great mind for codes. I must say the Goblin's grasp of technology is something to behold. I'm impressed. Lee Nels, face to face with the head of the Illuminati, eh? Sounds like you had quite an adventure, and this Alexander initiative's got me wondering, You reckon it might be the giant's name? No sign of the core, though, eh? Well, we'll just have to look further in. I'll let the chief know anyway. He'll be happy to hear Mead and Round Rocks are safe, too. Those two haven't stopped talking about machines since they got back. Can't say I've ever thought of junk as pretty, but each to their own. Biggs seems eager to forge further into the machine. Ah, Gav, ready to have another go at finding the giant's core? Biggs says, Wedge, could you... Oh, Wedge, stop listening to that bloody link pearl. We barged through the Illuminati's front door. They know we've broken their code. Wedge says, but I've just this moment intercepted a new communication. If you'll give me a moment to... There, it says, oh, death to Uplanders, death to Uplanders. I think we may have started a war. Cuff of the Father, now accessible. You now have access to the Cuff of the Father. Gordius can be accessed via the entrance in the Maker's Quarter. Okay. Wonder if it's unlocked, Yeah, it's unlocked normal raids for me. Good. I think the Coils of Bahamut are the normal raids for a Realm Reborn. But they're not in the duty roulette system, and almost no one does it. If somebody does do it, it's usually unsynced. Close to max level. There's a couple of them you really need 2 people with instead of 1, but we'll probably tackle those eventually. I'm sure we will. And we'll go from there, so. It is dinner time in the Mama Cat Gamer household, so I'm gonna take a break and come back. So I will sign off for the time being in the rain here. All right, we are back. On this unexpected proposal, but I need to be on a different job, level 60 or higher. We'll do Dragoon. Rowena is planning a trip to Revenant's Toll. Afternoon to you, Gav. Something on your mind? I've been called back to Revenant's Toll to take care of a new shipment of wares, but if you've matters of money that require my attention. Oh, hold that thought. It seems I have visitors. Some more welcome than others. Dubious youth. Pardon the intrusion, Mistress Rowena. I realize I was here only a few days ago, but I really must speak with you about... Geralt says, good, you're still here. We need to talk about that promissory note. Now, I know what you're thinking. That stinking sack of goo-boo shite ain't got me God's damn money. Well, you're wrong. I saved it up, every last gil. Thing is, me mates took me out for a drink to celebrate, and... Excuse me, sir, but when people are talking, it is generally considered rude to interrupt. I know not what manner of business you have with Rowena, but I am sure it can wait. As I was saying, Mistress Rowena, have you perchance been able to arrange a meeting with your associates? There is much I would ask them about their work on arcane sentries. Hold on a bleeding minute. You are telling me to wait? Didn't no one ever teach you to shut your gob when grown-ups are talking? Me life and, more important, me note at the tavern's at stake here. Now, be a good lad and bugger off until Uncle Geralt's had his say. Geralt, mind your own advice for once and keep quiet. I'll deal with you soon enough. Regarding your question, Ardashir, the answer's no. The client I had in mind's a bit of a recluse. Stubborn as all hell's in her old age. She wouldn't hear of any meeting, and I ain't got time to press her on it at the moment. Too much to do by half. Geralt says, sounds like you've got enough on your plate without having to worry yourself over your old mate's Owens. I'll tell you what, let's forget about it for... I know not what hole you have drunken yourself into, sir. Quite frankly, I do not care. I have important business to discuss with Mistress Rowena, and I demand you leave us be this instant. Geralt says, bah, the youth of today, jumped up self-serving little shites, that lot of you. Fine. Tell us, then, your highness, what's this business of yours that's more important than a man's life, eh? Well, out with it. Very well, if only to explain myself to Rowena. Together with my master, I've been conducting research into the manipulation of spiritual and etheric energies in what you call the Near East. Our work has shown that the soul is, in fact, an agglomeration of a specific type of force. This force divines the quiddity of man and makes us who we are. I gotta look that word up, quiddity. That's a new one on me. While the soul is indeed inimitable, we believe it possible to create a quasi-soul. Thus, we turned our attention to anima, the self-same force, which allows individuals to traverse the life stream via etherites. By infusing a soul stone with the requisite quantities of ether, this force may be harnessed. Yet after years of research and experimentation, we have naught to show for it but an inert husk of stone. We repeated the process again and again, adjusting every element, but the result is always the same. At length, my master declared the project a failure, turned his thoughts to other matters. But I could not give up, not after witnessing the beauty of anima, not after coming so close. That is why I have journeyed hither to Eorzea. I am certain that with the Sharlayan's knowledge of arcane centuries, I can complete my project. I'm also certain that the resultant souls will be worth more to mankind than the ale-soaked dish clout that passes for yours. Geralt says, finished, have you? Well then, allow me to retort. Seems to me you're a cockered little brat who speaks a lot without saying aught. You talk like a man a-learning when 'tis plain you're just a boy what's never had a thought of his own, and couldn't even if he tried. Not that you ever would, of course. And why? 'Cause the youth of today can't be bothered to do an owns of honest work for themselves. No sense of duty. Things get rough and you run for help, leaving a trail of piss in your wake. Do you reckon them scholarly folks from Sharlayan asked for the answer whenever they got stuck? Not bloody likely, 'cause they used their bloody brains. Tain't even that hard. If I saw these soul things burning out too quick, I'd think about sealing them inside something strong, like a weapon maybe, to keep all that life from escaping. It'd cost them a bit of freedom, aye, but it'd keep them around for a damn sight longer than you've managed. What's more, if the bloody things really are alive, like you say, you'd end up with a weapon what could think for itself, which could be bloody lethal in the right hands. What do you say to that, you preening little shite? An anima weapon? That is absolute genius. A means not only to preserve created anima, but to employ it. Anima weapons, eh? Aye, that'll sell. Quite an interesting proposition, Geralt. One that could be quite lucrative. Why not help poor Ardashir here with his work and see what you can make of it? Help that spineless streak of piss? You're joking, ain't you? Why in the seven hells would I play nursemaid to a watery-eyed brat like him? I was just spouting shite. I didn't really mean none of it. Is that right? Pity. Sounded like something we could have made a good bit of coin out of. Enough to make me forget your debts, like snot. Your debts that I won't be forgetting otherwise. Changed your mind? Good. Listen, Ardashir. He may be a drunken bloody fool, but he's also the finest blacksmith in all the realm. If anybody can forge a weapon capable of holding your souls, it's him. And our adventuring friend here, my dear sweet Gav, is a well-known hero around these parts. I'm sure he'd love nothing more than to try out your new weapon when it's finished. Ain't that right? Just think of it. You'd be the first in all of Eorzea to wield one of these anima weapons. Which ain't a bad name now that I come to think of it. Anima weapon. Aye, that'll do. Gav says, nope, nope. Now, don't be so hasty, Gav. This here is fate. What else could have brought the three of you to me at the self-same time, eh? Don't go telling me the thought of a weapon that learns and adapts to combat doesn't interest you, because we both know it does. Geralt, was it? Pray, forgive me my rudeness earlier. If you truly are the smith she claims, I would be honored to have your assistance. And you, Gav, I gather you are the perfect candidate to test the weapon once it's complete. Well, if this will get me square with Rowena, then I suppose me hammer's yours. Don't think I'm getting roped into this alone. If I have to forge it, you have to wield it. Ardashir says, thank you, both of you. I promise you will not regret this. Rowena says, nice to see you all getting on. Now, you're going to need a place to work, and I know just the spot. Azys La, the seat of Allagan science, floating on high above Abelathia's spine. Not that the equipment up there be any use to you, mind. Only the 12 know how that stuff works. Still, it'll keep prying eyes away until the weapon's ready. I'll arrange for an airship to take you within the day. The fabled Azys La. I look forward to seeing you there, Gav. Marina says, today has proven to be more lucrative than I thought. Geralt's out of my hair, and soon I'll have new merchandise for the House of Splendors. Assuming in this ridiculous plan of his works. I'm counting on you, Gav. So we have the Heavensward relic now, too. Let's go back to Oxundu. We'd gotten started on this conversation, and then we got a pop for the normal raid. While waiting for a word on Diablos, I have been spending my time learning to pilot the Red Bill's little airships. Thankfully, it seems I've mastered enough of the basics to manage this little jaunt. Mayhap I could make contact with some other pirates without Leofard's mediation. But let us first address Mistress Utata's woes, shall we? Ketsith, what troubles you, Mistress Utada? We were told that some matter regarding the Void Ark was causing you no small measure of grief. Mistress Utada, what are you... Oh! Gav. Look on his face. I feel so much better now. My apologies, Ketsith. You had the misfortune to enter my field of view just as I felt the intense desire to squeeze something warm and furry. This is damnable ectocompass. I made another one, you see, identical in all respects to the first compass that Radlia stole. But look, it points in a completely different direction to where the Void Ark should currently be. I don't understand what I did wrong. I used the same plans, the same parts. Ketsith says, I can imagine that would be infuriating. And you are certain there are no flaws in the design of the materials? Positive. I've tweaked and adjusted and replaced every single piece, but it refuses to function as intended. I'm on the verge of tossing the blasted thing over the edge. What do you make of this, Gav? I don't think the compass is broken. Gatsith says, yes, I am inclined to agree. Judging by your previous work, it would seem unlikely that the compass itself is defective. We must consider other factors. Might you explain to us the principle by which the ectocompass tracks the void arc? It all comes down to etheric signature. I discovered that the void arc is encompassed by an energy of rather peculiar composition, so I simply tuned the compass to follow its unique trail. An energy of peculiar composition, you say? Of course! The arc was propelled by the siphoned energies of void scent. Could it be that the compass was tracking not the vessel itself, but the ether of the entities imprisoned within? Good a theory as any. The cat says, that would certainly explain why the compass now points in a different direction than one would expect. After all, Diabolos and the Shadow Queen are no longer on board the Ark. Utada says, are you implying that if we plotted a course based on the readings from the ectocompass, we would arrive on the demon's doorstep, so to speak? Just so, Mistress Utada. Assuming my theory is correct, we no longer require outside assistance to pursue our elusive quarry. Oh, Stasia, what perfect timing. You won't believe the wonderful discovery we've just... Talon airships have been spotted en route to our nest. If it's revenge they're looking for, we best head back and make ready for them. Stasia says, I'm glad you're here, Calf, but I don't think they're spoiling for a fight. Talons, we made it, thank the gods. Utada says, I don't like this, Gav. Why have the Talons come here without their captain? Where's Radlia? Catsit says, it would not appear that these pirates have come with murder and pillage in mind. Quite the opposite, in fact. They seem rather bedraggled and beaten. Made it, thank the gods. Okay, Leofard says... Talon's deck swab. Truce, Red Bill. We need your help to save Captain Radlia. Why? You're one of Radlia's favorites. You threaten my crew, steal our compass. Now you come crawling to me for help? What kind of unholy mess have you Cretans stumbled into? The deck swab says, we took your damn compass, but didn't show us to the ghost ship. We ended up at some moldy old ruins, lousy with void scent. Before we knew it, some sort of spider demon was knocking our ships out of the sky. The two of us managed to pull away, but we saw what happened to them as got caught on the ground. If the captain has survived the massacre, she's stuck there with no wings to fly out again. Stasia says, why don't you give that link pearl a listen, Captain? Might be as we can learn if Radlia is alive or dead, at least. So much buzzing. Can't hear it blasting. Wait, I'm getting some words. They're after Maki artifact. Damn demons are searching. Hide. Then a bunch of screaming. Seems Radley is still kicking for now, but who knows for how long. If those screams were an act, then consider me fooled. I don't think the Talons are laying a trap here. I have half a mind to leave Radlia to her fate, but I never turn my back on an adventure, especially when the scent of treasure is in the air, eh? Now, tell me where you found these ruins. You'll help us then? You're a good man, Redbill. We left the captain in the Yafame Saltmoor, just northwest of Mordona. In Yafame, you say? Then you must speak of the ruined shell of Mhach itself. By Shatoto's black heart! Could they be after the Nullstone? Ufard says, "What's that, puss? You think you know what these fiends are after?" Right. Utada, see that these talons are patched up, then have the Rymil ready to fly. And don't spare the oil, you know I love to hear her purr. Yeah, Stacia. Bring the furball to my quarters. We'll have ourselves a chat about our impending trip to Old Mhach. The grin. Please, you have to rescue the captain. I don't think it's a good idea, but, you know. When Leofard asks me to pay special attention to his airship, that's a sign he's fully committed to his next adventure. He had the same spark right before he left aboard the Void Ark. You're wondering why his ship is named Rymil? I never gave it much thought, but I'd wager it was the name of his first love. Or maybe it was a pet. Stacia says, you know, they've never been friendly with the Talons, but that don't mean we can't. Let's try again. Stacia says, you know, we've never been friendly with the Talons, but that don't mean we can't. Let's try a third time. Stacia says, you know, we've never been friendly with the Talons, but that don't mean we can just sit back and let them be torn to shreds by cackling void scent. Katsis says, I never imagined Diablos would seek to enter the old city. But I should have suspected as much when I learned that the floodwaters had receded and left Yafame exposed. Leofard says, right, Furball. Let's hear about this artifact that Diablos is looking for. If I am to speak of the Nullstone, then I must first explain the method by which Mhachi sorcerers could bind the void scent into service. The more powerful the void scent, the more difficult it is to manifest its presence in this world. Their own immense strength weighs them down like an anchor, you see, preventing them from breaking the surface of our dimension. And that is why they cooperate with mortal sorcerers. A mage can provide a suitable vessel for the summoning, or rip a large enough hole in the fabric of reality for the entity itself to step through. Stacia says, and let me guess, the mage forces the void scent to agree to a pact in return for the invitation into our world? Katsis says, that is correct, but it would be foolhardy to expect such devious and malevolent creatures to abide by the spirit of even the most carefully worded contract. Thus did the Mhachi Magi construct an occult device that would more securely bind the void sent to their will, a safeguard of sorts that, to the best of my knowledge, yet lies entombed within the remnants of the ancient city. The Nullstone was seen as a last resort. Should a void sent break its pact and turn on its summoner, the mage could use the relic to disperse the very essence of even the most potent entity, obliterating it completely. Leofard says, I can't see the royals of the void taking too kindly to a threat like that. Seems these sorcerers were just as ruthless as the monsters they summoned. Catsith says, when it came to the glory of Mhach, the ends justified the means. In any event, we can be certain that Diablos seeks to secure the Nullstone before it falls into mortal hands, and thereby ensure that Scaith will reign unopposed. Alright, so we know what the fiends are after, but what I don't understand is why such a valuable relic was left behind when the mages knew a colossal flood was on the way. Catsith says, its value was the very reason they chose not to risk its relocation. The Nullstone is kept within a structure constructed for the purpose, secured behind powerful wards and protected by deadly guardians. And with the rising of the waters, they reasoned that the artifact would be sunk along with the city, far beyond the reach of vengeful voidsent. Leofard says, now the Yafame is more swamp than sea. Demons only have the wards and the guardians to deal with, and I doubt they'd be wasting their time down there in the mud if they didn't have some trick to break through the wards. Aye, this has become a race to see who can nab the treasure first, which is just the sort of contest the Sky Pirate lives for. Stasia says, so we slip into the ruins, pinch the relic, then rescue Radley right from under the fiend's noses. Leofard says, well, I suppose we could save her while we're poking around for loot. I'll grab the new compass from Mutada so we know where we're going. Check your weapons, pack your small clothes, and meet me out by the landing when you're ready to fly. Somebody wants you in your lap. So all we need to do is rescue Captain Radlia from a mob of nasty voidsent, then retrieve a dangerous artifact from the magically defended ruins of an ancient civilization. Easy, eh? Catsith, I shall join you in this endeavor to recover the Nullstone. Though after 1,500 years, I wonder what remains of the city I once knew. Leofard says, we'll fly directly to Yafame from here. Once we arrive, you forge ahead with your band of adventurers as you did on the Ark, Gav. Just keep slicing into the depths until you reach that Nullstone. We don't want to risk getting knocked out of the sky like the Talons, so we'd best land a little ways out from the ruins and head in on foot. The Furball says he knows the place well enough to guide you, so me and the Red Bills will follow behind on rescue duty. You concentrate on smashing a path through to the artifact. We'll check the nooks and crannies for Radley and her crew. Don't let your guard down once you reach the ruins, though, eh? There's likely golems and such in there that are worse than the fiends outside. We wouldn't want our hero losing his head now, would we? Okay, Weeping City of Mhach now accessible. I'll just queue for both of those. Whichever one we get first, we get first. Leofard says, your job is to carve a path to the vault, where they keep the nullstone. Red Bills will come in behind and scour the area for Radlia and her crew, and whatever shiny baubles we can get our greedy hands on. Geralt says, come all this way, and we can't even use the god's damned equipment. You know how heavy this anvil is? Too bloody heavy. Should have given it to his lordship to carry. That would have been good for a laugh. Alright. We were doing this on Dragoon. The fabled Aziz La. I've heard stories, but who would believe such a technological marvel could exist and floating in the sky at that? If only my master could see me now. But this is not the time for gawping. Come, let us begin our work on the anima weapon. Please note that upon completing the quest Soul Without Life, you will receive an anima weapon for a Dragoon. That's what I want. Articher seems eager to bring anima into being. I take it you're ready to proceed? Excellent. Geralt has already begun work on the weapon that will serve to contain the anima. Difficulty lies in sustaining the thing long enough for the transfer to take place. Some quests will be marked with a crosshatch icon. This indicates that you must play the quest using the same class or job with which you accepted it, and that changing class or jobs at any time will prevent quest progress. But with the appropriate stabilizing materials, I believe it could be possible, provided we act quickly. I've brought several soul stones with me, so you don't need to worry about that. I shall see that one is fitted to your weapon. The only needful thing I do not currently possess are crystals capable of handling the quantities of ether required for our work. To be specific, we will need astral and umbral nodes. Would that we were working in Radzat-Han. I know of a merchant there who sold them. Costly though they were, I was never wanting for supplies. Perhaps Mistress Rowena would know of someone willing to trade? Might you be willing to speak with her on my behalf? No doubt whoever she refers you to will not part with them readily, but I trust you will be able to come to some manner of arrangement. In the meantime, Geralt and I will finish preparations for the anima weapon. Safe travels, friends. Sorry, Gav, if it ain't about the anima weapon, I got no time for it. What I wouldn't give to be hammering out a nice kettle back at Hurst Mill. Speak with Rowena at Revenant's Toll. We will speak to her after we get whatever it is we're getting done. Alexander, come for the father. Thought I had a cat there patting me. Gangi Zoom? What's the name of that skill? Now they opened that one, I may as well get the other one too. Somebody gave me a comm. That was nice. Round Rock says, Uplander is amazing. Uplander is stronger than 10 gobbies. Ah, there you are, old friend. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever find you. Big's account left something to be desired, so I thought it best to see the interior with my own eyes. A treasure hunter through and through. Tell me, what exactly do you hope to find here? Mead says, ever heard of the Enigma Codex? It's a book of ideas written some 100 years past, the life's work of one of the greatest technologists ever to draw a breath. Within its pages are found myriad wonders, from designs for machina that could operate ceaselessly for centuries to novel ways of culturing cheese. Even a fragment of the book could bring a king's ransom. But most remarkable of all are the plans for a walking citadel. It was to be a beacon of logic and reason for all the world. A walking citadel? 7 hells, we're standing in it, aren't we? The Illuminati's primal took its form from that ideal. But I sense that none of this is news to you. You've read it then, this Enigma Codex? The design catered for every needful thing, from warm beds to crops of grain. Its occupants would never have to leave, and all in a fortress on feet, impenetrable and ready to move at a moment's notice. The citadel was meant to bear the most brilliant scholars and artificers of the age to all 4 corners of the world, that they might set about unraveling the mysteries of creation. And this utopia, this shining seat of erudition, was to be called Alexander. Sure. If Round Rocks lived in Walking Castle, Round Rocks could collect treasure from everywhere. Mead says, indeed you could, little one. And everything you found, be it junk, forgotten teachings, or lost secrets, would be yours for the taking. Sid says, and what exactly would the Illuminati do with all of this knowledge? Mead says, they would use it to take control, most likely. Create a world ruled by a few chosen scholars. Unless I'm mistaken, that's why the Illuminati exist. Bloody fanatics. Take a perfectly good idea and make it into an object of faith. What could possibly go wrong? Sid says, I can well imagine how a people who have spent decades carrying their homes on their backs might crave a home that could carry them. How such a place would seem like a utopia. But we're not talking about a machine here. We're talking about a primal, and primals will be the death of us all. I trust you'll be ready when things come to a head, Gav? Of course we will. The Warrior of Light. Roundrock says, Utopia is happy place? Where there is junk aplenty, Roundrocks is happy. Where is very happy place of Mead? Wherever he is. See. Sometimes Backrix is coming with Roundrocks for junk hunting. Uplander will come next time too. Mead says, I think Roundrock's pile of treasures may have grown a touch. Not that that's any surprise. She goes hunting whenever she has a spare moment. A girl after my own heart. Which says, if my ears seem red, it's because Y'shtola just called. Dear me, I didn't think she knew such language. I gather Matoya may not be the easiest of taskmasters. Not that I don't sympathize, of course. I wonder what she'd say if she had to work under the chief. Watcher Book 1-1. Give Backrix a moment. There, now Uplander can read Gabi account. Illuminati posed a threat to Idleshire from their stronghold inside Sharlayan ruins. But when Stronghold became a Colossus of Iron and begins to climb out of the river, then does Gabiflock turn to Scions for aid. Now times, head Gob of Illuminati is Quick Thinks All Thoughts. Okay. The current head is Quick Thinks. He desires to make all knowings his own, takes ancient technologies at point of fighty tool, and keeps secrets clenched tight in fist of iron. Colossus of Iron is no doubt Illuminati handiwork. Y'shtola says it feeds on ether, is draining hinterlands with much fastness. Land will be emptied if it stirs again. But Illuminati magic barrier protects giant and has since great shivery shaking of ground 3 years past. Backrix thought Sharlayan ruins were freed from river bottom then, came bobbing to surface. But Daughter of Sulfix says different. Roundrocks claims that giant stood then, and the ground quivered under its feet thumping. Sid believes her, thinks that someone tried to summon Primal and failed. Backrix knew of claim but thought it was just imaginings. Roundrocks is only little Gabi after all, but she is proved right and finds another with eyes for shiny junk and trinkets. Never has Backrix seen Roundrocks so happy as when she is with Uplander Treasure Hunter. Alright, Big says, this Enigma Codex sounds amazing. A walking citadel's one thing, but a self-sustaining walking citadel? Genius. It's just a pity the Illuminati had to go and make a bleeding primal out of it. From what I understood, this Alexander was active for no more than a few seconds. That's seconds. And it nigh drained the hinterlands of ether. Imagine what it'd do if it wandered the whole bleeding world. I don't think Roundrocks realizes how much danger we're in here. Too busy hunting for new treasures. Probably for the best, though, eh? Judged by the twinkle in Big's eye, Sid has a plan. We got ourselves a problem, Gav, but don't worry, the Chief has a plan. Speaking of whom, Chief, over here. Sid says, all present and correct, I see. Good. Something has been nagging at me for a while, Gav, and I've finally realized what it is. It concerns the communications wedge intercepted. So, we know that the Illuminati had managed to establish a base inside the Colossus, meaning they must also have found a way to pierce the magic barrier. Assuming that's the case, what need have they to use the only hatch which the barrier doesn't protect? And why go to the trouble of sending coded messages on how to unlock it? The answer? Spies. I believe the Illuminati have an agent outside the Colossus, most like in Idleshire itself, which is using the hatch as back door. Now, this agent will know we've broken their code and that the hatch is constantly watched, so he won't have been able to use it for some time. As such, he'll doubtless be desperate to reestablish contact with the inside. That's why I've cleared the area around the giant's hand. All we need to do is now is watch and wait. Follow whoever makes a dash for the hatch. Chief, Link Pearl call from Red Bricks. He says Brayflox went inside, but she can't be. No, it must be an impersonator. Chief, whomever you met earlier was a spy. Quick, you've got to get after her. The arm of the father now accessible. Meade and the chief are already inside Alexander. Rally your band and get after them. That Brayflox impersonator had me completely fooled. Though, to be honest, those masks all look the same to me. Enter the arm of the father. Okay. See what we get. Probably the trial first, or the normal rate first, but you never know. Yeah, we're going to go to Mordona. Well, if it isn't my favorite adventure. How's that anima weapon coming along? Astronumbral nodules. Might be a Sindoni. I'll have that after. She's a jeweler by trade, but her work with crystals is something to behold. Let me tell you. They say she can strip them of elements, charge them with new ones, even make them out of thin air, if you can believe such a thing. Can't vouch for the rumors myself, but her profits say plenty. She can be a bit picky about clients, but you being the warrior light and all, I'm sure your sparkling reputation will catch her eye like the crystal she's so fond of. If you go upstairs, you'll find her out on the terrace. Alright, let's go back to Reaper. Oh, we got Weeping City of Mhach. Good. The easiest way to get up to the terrace is just fly up there. Arachne Eve. God, they were... I missed what she said. So we lost one of our healers here. It's gonna. Cat Sith goes along there and says comments to you periodically. Yeah, definitely would need a... Definitely would need another healer. I think this one's not going to be too bad, unless you get a bunch of people dying. I'm gonna focus the succubus first. I think she does a big cone of AoE. This one you do want to get into the circle, but only one. Only one, not all of them. Oof. Well, that one was a little rough. A little rough. We did it. Making sure that the pad back there that glowed had somebody getting on it. Like how he just falls over. Firing away is this terrible sphere that has devoured entire something. This one can be rough. You can fall off the platform, by the way. Oh, you gotta be careful. Ideally, the tank takes one side of that platform. So everybody else can stand on the other side. It's such a cool effect. Turn away for simulation. Not sure where the tank moved there, but... So the square shoots a beam out at the tank. Oh, that one's gonna be painful. Oh, we just made it. was waiting for it to say the conveyance unit is operational before I went. Hand is that black glowing stuff, or black stuff. Run beyond the opposite side from that. And the tank very nicely turned her around. Good job, tank. Stay out of all AoE circles. I don't know how I got sucked into that one. I want to find the one. Oh. Find the axe head. Okay, it's in the center, so we want to be in that AoE circle. All right. Weeping City of Mhach complete. Machinist use Peloton. Oh, that actually looks pretty good. I like that. So, this is the heart of the ruins, eh? Stasia says, "You've done a fine job dismantling the defenses, Gav. I only wish we could say we had the same success, but Radley and her talons were nowhere to be found." Katsis says, "Yes, it is quite distressing, but we must focus on claiming the prize at hand. The Nullstone is ours." You've left me such an inviting trail of destruction to follow. Ferdiad says, "I see you've found the relic then. Wonderful. Lord Diabolos will be so pleased. And look here. I've brought you a gift as thanks for all your hard work." This is the lovely lass you've been oh so desperately seeking, isn't it? Unless you wish to see her rent limb from limb, then you will hand over the Nullstone. Cat's gonna think about that for a moment. Newfart says, "You think I care about her worthless limbs? That woman's done naught but give us grief, and I just thought to crow over her grave." Don't give me that look, Varadlia. What? You thought I was here to save your sorry hide? You've never been aught but an obstacle to me. Do you remember the first time we met? You were roaring with laughter at the sight of all them Allagan relics, till I used your pretty blonde head as a stepping stone. Damn you, you selfish bastard, and damn me for expecting you to act any different. If I had my weapons, I'd blow a bloody hole in your belly. Newfart says, "Have you forgotten how awful a shot you are? Not much of a threat when I've seen you miss the side of a cathedral at 10 Yalms." Ferdiad says, "Silence, you grinning fool. You've ruined my moment, and now I'll ruin your smirking face." Leofard says, now, puss. What? Oh, it burns. Ketsus says, this world is not your stage. Unholy Harlequin, be gone from our realm. For Dad, oh, a clever farce, mortals, but the show is not over. Not until you scream. Bugger got away, and I think we'd best do the same. What's that bat they were talking about? Stasia say. I had all worked out in the end, but I've had just about enough of Leofard's folly. Oh, I must have said that 100 times by now. Ketsith says, the Lady Pirate is saved and the Nullstone is ours. That all went rather well, did it not? Leofard says. Now, that was some excitement, wasn't it, Gav? Probably a little too much for Radlia, but we gave her a bed to sleep off the worst of her ordeal. She'll likely be back to her usual cheerful self in no time. Quite a successful jaunt, all told. You and me would make a pretty good partnership. But I've got words for you, Furball. You said that relic would obliterate a void scent completely. Seems to me that foppish fiend just got scorched before he slipped away. Catsith says, oh, that was scarcely a fraction of the Nullstone's true power. Once I have learned how to unleash its full potential, such demons will be consumed like gnats caught in a bonfire. Leofard says, so you're telling me our secret weapon ain't ready for battle? You might as well be wielding a blunted sword. Might I remind you that this blunted sword stung our foe sufficiently to free the Lady Pirate? A result we could not have achieved with your blustering words alone. Yeah, I was ready to flee without Radlia if things took a turn for the worse. But you're right. You had the presence of mind to take advantage of my bluff, and it was your actions that saved her in the end. Did the captain receive a blow to the head while we were in Mhach? Could have sworn he just paid me a compliment. Stasia said, it all worked out in the end. She said the same thing. Okay. Freedom for our skies. Leofard wishes you to join him in his questioning of Radlia. We might be waiting a while before Radlia finally decides to wake up, but not so long that you've got time to flit away on some other adventure. Come join me in my quarters. We can ask her a few questions as soon as she's ready to talk. Kind of a cool map. Oh there, Gav. Might as well make yourself comfortable while we wait on Radlia. Besides, after fighting them through them runes, I wager you could use the rest. Radlia says, "Where's the rest of my crew? Surely there were other survivors." Leofard says, "Tell me, Radlia, what drove you to risk exploring old Mhach? The compass sent you there, aye, but you were after the Void Ark. You knew something, didn't you?" Radlia says, "I found a book. We were looting these strange ruins in the Sea of Clouds, and one of the lads dug up a tome. It had passages that described the Void Ark and a powerful relic called the Nullstone." Cat says, "A tome scribed by a Mhachi sorcerer, mayhap? Captain, would you happen to know the author of this work?" Radlia says, "The words are muddled by obscuring magics, and 1,500 years have faded its pages. There is much that remains illegible, but what little my darling cutthroats and I could decipher suggests it was written by a mage of exceptional status." "See for yourself. If what the book says is true, the Ark is a source of immeasurable power. With that ship under my command and the mysteries of Mhach in my possession, I had thought to crown myself Queen of the Skies. And look how well that turned out. What manner of sky pirate, what manner of queen can't even keep her own crew alive?" "Radlia, is it not? Would I be correct in assuming that you seek revenge against the Void Sent who slaughtered your comrades?" "Of course I want revenge. That hell's spawn shite gobbler killed my crew. If he were here right now, I'd gouge out his eyes and choke him to death with my bare bloody hands." Ketsa says, "You are not alone in your desire to bring an end to these abominations, Captain. Will you not join us in our endeavor to secure peace for the skies? Will you not join the Talon's strengths to ours?" "What strength? The way things are right now, I doubt I could keep the peace in a monastery." "This has naught to do with personal grudges either. I just don't have the men. All my best fighters died in the ruins, and the dregs that are left are scarce sharp enough to be called talons." Leofard says, "Did you leave your spine back in them ruins, Radlia? You had your wings clipped and no mistake. That's no reason to give up on the life. I thought we'd rescued a sky pirate, not some cur that turns tail when her pack ain't there to bite for her." Radlia says, "I know what you're trying to do, Red Bill, but I've lost my taste for glory. You can have the cursed book. Just be sure to make that bastard pay." Leofard says, "Hey, Furball, how quickly do you think you can decipher that ratty old tome? I need you to figure out exactly how your relic works." "Aye, you sent that one fiend squealing in fear, but that ain't enough. From what you've told me, we'll need to aim for some of that obliteration if we're going to take on the Shadow Queen. Rest of you, put everything you got into what you do best, be that research or blade work. Overdoing it is doing it just right, if you get my meaning." Leofard says, "I'll decorate my walls with void-sent heads if I have to. The skies should belong to no one." Diablo says, "The null stone hath fallen into mortal hands." Ferdiad says, "1,000 apologies, Lord Diablos. I shall personally wring each and every one of their scrawny necks." Diablo says, "The time for skulking in shadows hath ended. I am grown weary of these meddling vermin. The power of the Shadow Queen waxeth full. Soon mine ardent desires shall pass from dream into dark reality." Okay, Stasia has been searching for you at Cat Sith's behest. "Gav, Cat Sith just sent me out to find you. You've a proper knack for showing up at just the right time, you know that? Anyway, Cat Sith cracked open that tome, what we got from Radleon. He's been studying all the Nullstone secrets. He thinks he may be onto something important, not just concerning Diablos and the Shadow Queen, but also the cat himself. Come on back to the Parak, and we can all hear what he has to say together." "Sure." I mean, there's a way out from here? Oh, no. Hey, Utada says, "Cat Sith has had the darkest look on his face." Stasia, "Thanks for coming. Now let's ask Cat Sith what this is all about." Leofard says, "Ugh, thank the winds you're here at last. The furball refused to share until you'd arrived." Katsith says, as I suspected, this tome was penned by a Mhach sorcerer of superior standing, as well as detailing the methods by which the full power of the Nullstone might be unleashed. Its pages also contain a number of revelations concerning my master, High Void Mage Scaith. If these histories are to be trusted, then it seemed that Scaith herself was responsible for summoning Diabolos. But I thought you said your master was opposed to supporting the war effort. Why would she be the one to call up that bat-winged monster? Scaith only agreed to the ritual as a means to bring the conflict to an early resolution. From what I can glean from these passages, Diabolos was intended as a bluff, a threat that was never to be exercised. But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid restrictions and elected to unleash the fiend upon Amdapor. It was when Scaith moved to protest this act that she was branded a traitor and imprisoned. Once they had contained the opposition, the Void Mages studied all manner of otherworldly arts at the talon feet of their new pet, the most dangerous of which was the rite for summoning Scaith, and the method for chaining her power. Yet even after all they had perpetuated, these ambitious fools had the gall to come crawling to Scaith when the coming of the Great Floods was predicted. They begged her to take control of the Void Ark for the salvation of the Mhach people. As you saw for yourself, however, the energies of the Shadow Queen broke loose and turned the vessel into a derelict nest of void scent. It seemed obvious now that the arts taught by Diabolos were deliberately flawed. The only saving grace in all of this madness was when that damnable fiend was sealed away by the white mages of Amdapor. I shudder to think what would have happened had he been reunited with his queen. Leafard says, so now, 1,500 years later, Diabolos is looking to finish what he started. I thought the bat-faced bastard was just some opportunistic underling, but it turns out he's the main villain behind this whole mess. Were Scaith alive today, she would accept responsibility for unleashing Diabolos upon the world. As the High Void Mage's familiar, it is my duty to act in her stead. I have deciphered the secrets of the Nullstone, and with its undiluted power, shall I erase Diabolos from existence. Leofard says, I like your spirit, Puss, but try not to rush in too quickly, eh? Getting yourself killed won't do us, or your master, any good. Stasia says, Wait. No one's rushing in anywhere just yet, or have you forgotten that we're still in the middle of scouting out the fiend's lair? We've got the compass to go by, aye, but who knows what kind of place it'll lead us to, or how many demons will be lying in wait when we get there. We fly in with our eyes open, or risk getting slaughtered just like the Talons. Katsith says, oh, yes, speaking of which, the tome made mention of a potential location for... Leofard! He's behind you. Curse you, fiend. Last. At long last. Katsith. This is far from over, demon. We'll not allow an abomination like the Shadow Queen to rule this world. Then thou knowest naught of ruling. It is might which decideth dominion. But believe what thou mayest, frail creature. You are playthings. Your screams of denial shall amuse me as I send this rock and all upon it to shatter upon the ground below. Stasia says, Gods, is that Radlia? Where's she been hiding that ship? Diablo says, I would not tire my arm with the swatting of so many flies. The nullstone is mine, and there is yet much to be done. Ooh. Ketsith, loss of the nullstone is on my head. Oop. Ketsith says, the loss of the nullstone is on my head, and I shall see that we win it back. And Tada says, how are there still so many talents? I thought they were massacred at Mhach. Stasia's, I ain't a healer, but I'd say you broken your arm, a couple of ribs, and bruised half your innards. We need to get you some splints and bandages. Radlia says, would you look at that sorry excuse for a sky pirate? I knew Redbill and his ragtag crew couldn't be trusted with saving the skies. Texwab says, consider our debt to you repaid. Neofart says, well, well, ain't I a lucky sod? 2 demons in one day. Found some new dogs to lick your boots, Radlia. Is that any way to welcome me back to the life? You needed allies, and persuading our reluctant fellows to join in common purpose is a feat only a woman of my charming beauty could accomplish. And besides, you look too injured to be of much use to anyone. You'd best take to your bed, old man, and let me and your champion here take care of the void scent. Nefard says, what, so you can tuck tail and run again at the first time it's trouble? You'd not even be standing there if it weren't for me, and even with me arm busted up, I'm still twice the pirate you are. Katsith says, nay, I think you should stay behind this time, Leofard. We must pursue Diablos without you. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to wait for you to heal. We must take advantage of Captain Radlia's reinforcements and proceed with all haste. Leofard says, did the demon drop you on your head, Furball? Without me there to run things, you'll just end up getting in Gav's way. And no one's making haste anywhere until we know what we're flying into. Again, Captain Radlia may hold the answer to that dilemma. I suspect that the island where she uncovered the Mhachi tome is the very location where Diablos has chosen to lair. This floating marvel I speak of is not a natural occurrence. It was constructed as a haven for refugees of the floods. The tome made very clear reference to the island's purpose and describes in detail the void-sent sorcery employed in its creation. As the Void Ark never arrived at its destination, however, the island remains uninhabited. I can imagine no more suitable hideaway for a scheming fiend. Even better, Diablos will not expect us to suddenly arrive on his secluded doorstep. The Talon fleet will carve us a path through the lesser fiends, and we shall strike swiftly into the heart of the confusion to seize the Nullstone. Once the relic is secured, I will use its power to obliterate our devilish foe. As a sky pirate, surely you understand how such an assault relies on speed and surprise. We cannot have a wounded companion to slow us down and potentially doom the entire enterprise. Leofard says, "So, you think you're in charge now, do you, Puss? Poor broken Leofard's just some dead weight you need to cut away? You know what? I've had a belly full of your mewling in any case. Go on, fly off without me. See how far you get with your thrice-damned enterprise." Captain Radlia, compare the direction indicated by the ectocompass with your navigational records, if you please. I think we'll find the coordinates coincide with the island in question. Certainly. Feel free to board our flagship when you're set to depart. My darling's large enough to accommodate your adventurer and his fellows with room to spare. Dune Scaith now accessible. Tada says, "Don't you worry, I'll keep an eye on the captain while everyone is off on this grand adventure. Without him. Are you certain you don't need me to go with you?" Leofard says, "This adventure's all yours, Gav. I'll be cheering for you from my sickbed like a good little pirate. Promise." I suspect he's not a good patient at all. Radlia says, "I acquired our splendid flagship after the Ishgardians saw fit to abandon her. I hear she was an attempt to match the airborne agility of their dragon enemies, but the vessel never did live up to expectations. When she passed to me, we replaced all their improvements with structural reinforcements and made ourselves a flying fortress. Our stately lass will not soon be knocked out of the sky." Stasia, Cat Sith was only talking common sense. The captain took it hard, but I think he knows it too. We're doing the right thing leaving him behind, ain't we? Cat Sith says, "This is the way it must be. Considering our need for haste and the extent of Leofard's injuries, my conclusion was merely logical. Captain Redbill's primary concern should be securing the freedom of the skies, not lumping into almost certain death at the hands of the Void Sent, no matter how much he chafes at being excluded from the voyage." We'll queue for both of those. My goodness, that was fast. And Warrior of Light stuck on a fence. I think those living liquids must have a shared health pool. I got all the loot. Aw, they give me some comms. That was sweet. Gabi found it. Good. Good knowings of missing piece are with the Illuminati. Gabi did well indeed. Sid says, "This is how you treat those who please you?" Oh, now is realm in chaos, broken, machine with too many parts. But Illuminati plan needs one thing, missing piece to bring world order. Give world harmony, make world perfect. Sid says, and what of those who don't fit your vision of perfection? How many must die to pay for your utopia? Don't you see, you summoned a god's damned primal. We will devour the ether of every land you visit until Heidelin and everything on it is dead. Inside Fortress of Illuminati, Chosen will live on. If inferior on outside die for progress, so be it. This is cost of seeking for knowings. Hell's take you and your damn seeking. Quick Thinks says, wise uplanders find happiness in Illuminati rule. Unwise uplanders, Utopia does not need. Sid, so it's a bear die, eh? Pah. The whole concept is grotesque. Mead says, no, Sid. Like the rest of the ideas set out in the Enigma Codex, Alexander is wonderful in itself, perfect even, but in the rush to realize its ideals, even the best of us can be led astray. Sid says, so once upon a time these Illuminati were starry-eyed philanthropists, is that it? And it was only after they got their hands on your perfect bloody codex that they turned into vicious killers. Tell me, was there any passage in particular that convinced them to abandon their last shred of empathy? Oh, I cannot speak for the precise contents of the codex. Not anymore. But I haven't forgotten everything I read. I think I can stop the core if you can get me close enough. Sid says, you think you can? Or you know you can? And what of its location? Mead says, it's somewhere in the trunk. How close we are to that, I can't say. Round Rock says, Round Rocks can say 2 paces of Round Rocks are 1 yelm. So, by count of Round Rocks, chest of Whirlicog Giant is only a little farther. Ha! Clever girl! You've been measuring how far we've come from the start. All right, I suppose we withdraw for the time being. I don't know what will happen when we breach the core, but I do know that we'll be better equipped to deal with it if we're well rested and ready for anything. Mead says, all should be well enough. Just you be careful, Gav. There's no telling what mechanical horrors are protecting the core. Big says, Mead says she can dismantle the core, but we'll be on hand too, just in case she needs an extra sledgehammer, like. Round Rocks. If Uplander comes back safe from core unmaking, Round Rocks will give 1 piece of secret treasure. Mead says, no one should have the power to choose who lives and who dies. The idea is too vile, too insidious to be left unchallenged. We have to act. If we don't, Alexander will awaken, and the Illuminati will be unstoppable. Make no mistake, Gav, it's now or never. Tinker, Seeker, Soldier, Spy. Don't worry about us, Gav. You just concentrate on getting Mead to the core in 1 piece. Wedge and I will bring up the rear when the coast is clear. Just you be careful, Gav. There's no telling what mechanical horrors are protecting the core. Alright, Mead says she has a slightly impatient air about her. I think I have the knowledge required to shut down the giant's core, but if I'm to reach it, I'll need you to lend me your strength. which says, well, really, the Illuminati's latest message is well, let's just say it's unsuitable for polite company. I should be much obliged if you teach those privy-mouthed savages some manners, Gav. Burden of the Father, now accessible. Gordius can be accessed via the entrance in the Maker's Quarter. Okay. How exactly will I stop the giant? Let me worry about that. All you have to do is get me to the core. See if they have anything new. Alright, Sindoni. Ah, the Warrior of Light. What a pleasant surprise. No need to be alarmed, my dear. It is my business to know all of Eorzea's treasures, be they material or mortal. But tell me, to what do I owe the pleasure? Astral and umbral nodules. My, I see you are a man of unusual tastes. Might I ask what you plan to do with these curious crystals? An essence akin to the soul. I suppose such peculiar work might call for crystals as equally peculiar. Well, you were wise to seek me out. I've dedicated my life to the study of crystals, and I cannot bear the thought of knowing there are crystals I could not procure. Mind you, these are no mere baubles or trinkets you ask of me. Crystals of such purity are not easily come by, and to also be so rich in astral and umbral aspected energies. Still, with the proper materials, I believe it can be done. It will require a great deal of ether, obviously, and of a specific persuasion. I am informed that when a man falls in battle, a residual energy hangs in the ether long after his spirit has returned to the life stream. This energy can infuse crystals in the vicinity with a purity not often seen in nature. A purity essential for what you desire. I can use these crystals, luminous crystals I call them, to imbue empty ones with the astral and umbral energies necessary to create what you seek. But I will require one crystal of every element. They will not be easy to come by, of that I can assure you. You will likely have to scour every ilm of Eorzea to find them. However, there may be one other way to acquire the ether we need. It requires something of the rarer sort, something much more precious than luminous crystals. As I mentioned before, it is my business to know all of Eorzea's treasures, and if the rumors are true, there exist certain weapons of legend said to have supped on the souls of countless enemies. In fact, a certain great hero who wields one of these weapons is supposedly working with a young researcher somewhere beyond the Sea of Clouds. Though this is only what I have heard, I will not hold you to ransom on the strength of mere hearsay. Even so, the rumors of these weapons are not so easily dismissed. Embodiments of war, veritable reservoirs of soul energy. If you were in possession of such a weapon, creating these astral and umbral nodules would be as child's play. Or you could simply collect the requisite luminous crystals. I will assist you all the same. I leave the choice in your famously capable hands. Alright, players who possess the Zodiac weapon Zeta may exchange it for both the Astral and Umbral nodules. Excalibur Zeta must be exchanged together with the Aegis Shield Zeta. So the Paladin weapon and shield. Please note, however, that the Zodiac weapon Zeta will be lost upon completing the exchange. Alternatively, players may acquire the Astral and Umbral nodules in exchange for elementally aspected luminous crystals. These crystals may be obtained, albeit at a low probability, by participating in fates in certain areas. Wind crystals are in Sea of Clouds, etc., etc. Players will receive the Astral nodule in exchange for luminous wind, fire, and lightning, and the Umbral for ice, earth, and water. Okay. We got Alexander, the Burden of the Father. Everybody in the party is saying hello. Ooh, I'm flying around. So we gotta kill this ad quick. Not sure if that was supposed to be the way it goes, but when in doubt, take dangerous stuff away from the party. All right. I got all the loot again. I'll be able to buy some armor with this tonight. Might turn it in for seals, but I'll be able to buy it. All right. We're here and none the worse for wear. So if you need another pair of hands, just say the word. So, this is the heart of the machine, eh? I knew I should have brought a bigger hammer. Not that I'll be needing it, of course. Isn't that right, Mead? Which says, look. Quick Thinks says, greater are knowings in brain cases of unwise than Quick Thinks believed. Perhaps Quick Thinks judged too quickly. Perhaps Illuminati should study Uplanders. It is before eyes of Gabi? Good, do not fail. Illuminati have no use for failing Gabis. End of Gabi's long wanderings is close. Which says, something isn't right. Something isn't right at all, the way Quick Things spoke. You'd think he had won. Big says, he didn't seem too bothered, that's for sure. Do you think he might have planned for us stopping Alexander's core? What was it the chief said again? About the Illuminati finding what they need to complete their plan. Which said, something along the lines of a missing piece, I thought. Mead says, and what if Quick Thinks Honor Guard, the two dolts who are ever at his side, why aren't they here? The Illuminati must surely have known we were coming. What could be more important than protecting their leader? You don't think he sent him to Idleshire, do you? While our backs were turned, like? That would be... Come on! I don't know if it's Idleshire. Probably Idleshire. Leave the Gordian knot. Mead says, Quick Things would not give up so easily. We've got to get back to Idleshire. Wedge says, what do we do? What happened? Big says, did the lookout see anything? Redbrick says, Giant loses power. Uplanders succeed. Big says, never mind that, man. Did the Illuminati come? Is Ilshir safe? Redbrick says, how does Uplander know? Yes, many Illuminati come to take stuffs of Gabbyflock. Great was chaos, but suddenly Illuminati go and take only junk not worth jingly shine. Big says, they come barging in, ready to start a war, and then scarpered with a handful of bleeding junk? Hold on a minute. Where were they last seen? Redbrick thinks near the shortstop. Round rocks, come on! I'll go and find the chief. He'll know what to do. We're going to pick this one up, but we'll do it another time. Redbricks grows anxious for lack of tidings. Uplanders are gone too long for comfort of Redbricks. Shortstop is place of clashings with Illuminati. Illuminati are up to no good, maybe using confusion to do foul things. Uplander must go and see, make sure all is well. Let's queue for Dune Scaith. My thanks for coming. Unukalai. Unukalai is my name, and I serve a friend. I sought you out that I might alert you to the rising threat of the beings known as icons. You are aware of the threat, you say? Ah, but I speak not of the primals, with which you are exceedingly well acquainted. It may interest you to know that the term icon and the beings to which it refers precede the Garlean Empire by eras. You see, it is the name by which the Allagans called godlike beings, the dark divinity Odin among them, and the Garleans, who seek to emulate the glory of ancient Allag, have simply availed themselves of it. Pray permit me to continue the tale. Oh, it's Urianger. Ah, Urianger, how kind of you to join us. Urianger says, as the warrior of light's comrade, my participation is but to be expected. After all, the matter doth pertain to the very fate of this star. The icons of Eld, in the distant past, these mighty beings did offer fierce resistance to the Allagan Empire. However, they eventually fell to the men of Allag, who devised the means by which to capture them. Unukalai says, and it did not end with capture, as you well know, for the Allagans also learned how to harness the icons' power. They refined this knowledge at the Etherochemical Research Facility on Aziz La, and within the centrifugal crystal engine, they sealed 3 of the beings, the Warring Triad. Urianger says, 'Twas first and foremost to acquire the infinite power of the Warring Triad that the Archbishop did seek Aziz La. But in the wake of his defeat, the bindings which confine the icons were severely damaged. Doubt not but that they will fail completely ere long. Unukalai says, know that we do not condemn you for striking down the Archbishop. You were simply fulfilling your destiny. And yet, were the Warring Triad to be released into the world, unimaginable destruction would ensue. Urianger says, take heart, for there is hope still. Through swift action, we may yet prevent their awakening and see them resealed. But in dealing with this new threat, our first step must be to contend with the old. 2 savage gods are returned, I fear, summoned once more by their worshippers and at a strength far surpassing their previous incarnations. Unukalai says, I speak of the primals Ravana and Bismarck. If left unchecked, they will inevitably seek to seize the power of the Warring Triad. This will serve to feed the confluence of chaos and hasten the icon's awakening. Riage says, to wit, we must needs vanquish both their kinds. I pray thee, however, to first focus thy gaze upon the primals, ere we turn our attention to those icons and their fitful slumber. I shall return to the waking sands forthwith and consider such measures as are available to us. Meanwhile, I bid thee attend to the task of eliminating the primals. Young Anukulai shall assist thee. Rest assured he is not our enemy, for the time being, at least. Oh, that's a bit of a damning comment by Urianger, for the moment. The Diabolical Bismarck and Thok Around the Clock. It's a play on Rock Around the Clock. Nikolai would have you face the Lord of the Mist once more. If we are to prevent the awakening of the Warring Triad, then Bismarck must be cast down once more. I am aware of the rather unorthodox method you employed to lure out and slay the White Whale before, and had a mind to follow established precedent. That said, islands are not easy to come by. I should hope it is not necessarily, but you may as well show this gemstone to Chief Sanu. He will know it as the weeping eye of the Manukmanai, and it will ensure that he is completely committed to our cause. Oh, and before you ask, I have already informed Master Garland of our plans. He is currently en route to the Blue Window. Nukulai would have you face the Lord of the Hive once more for Thok Around the Clock. As you prepare yourself for battles, so too does Ravana. Within Thok's Thok, he builds his strength, feeding upon the prayers of his innumerable children. But those same children will not suffer you to live should you surrender yourself to them a second time. Nay, you must devise a new way of approaching the Lord of the Hive's domain. Consult with the storyteller, the Elder of the Vath, and he will aid in this endeavor. Take this bauble. 'Tis known among the Nath as the Burning Eye of Ravana. When the time comes, you will know what to do. Small talk. A pleasure as always, Gav. What would you ask of me? Tell me about yourself. I am a Nukulai, and I serve a friend. Lest you wonder why one so young is chosen for the task, it's because I have, how shall I put this, an intimate knowledge of the primal mind. You are curious, I'm sure, but you need not understand the nature of a power to use it, do you? It is much the same with the Echo, I imagine. The icons. Ah, yes, the beings, the Allagans, dubbed icons. How much we have yet to learn. Precisely how they started apart from primals, we have yet to determine. If they were summoned in a similar manner, then who was responsible, and how have they managed to endure for millennia? We have gained some understanding of the Dark Divinity's true nature, yet he is but one of many and far from the most powerful. The Warring Triad, whom the Allagans imprisoned within the centrifugal crystal engine of their research facility, concern me most of all. Their infinite power is beyond comprehension. Were they released into this world, unimaginable destruction would ensue. Simply put, they cannot be allowed to happen. The very fate of this star hangs in the balance. Fortunate we are, then, that you have risen to the challenge, Warrior of Light. Your triumphs over the primals are an inspiration, a shining example that future generations would be wise to follow. I have thus decided to keep a detailed history of your battles against the Warring Triad. The journal will be available to you here, should you ever wish to peruse its pages and reflect upon your deeds. So I guess this is it. The Awakening. The Warring Triad is the collective term for three immensely powerful icons who were summoned into existence during the twilight of the Third Astral Era, summoned by the native tribes of Mericidia. These entities were set against the encroaching forces of the Allagan Empire. The strength of a primal is determined by the fervent prayers of its faithful, and as the Mericidians' prayers called for saviors with the power to throw back an imperial invasion, the resulting incarnations were perforce imbued with nigh incalculable might. That the Allagans were capable of conquering such godlike beings well illustrates the incredible heights to which their technology had ascended. The implacable empire subdued and imprisoned the warring triad, shackled them to machinery that sustained the icons' forms, while at the same time leeching away their infinite energies. For 5 millennia did the warring triad languish thus in dreaming servitude, their slumber undisturbed until Archbishop Thordan VII of Ishgard rattled the bars of their cage. The Archbishop had come to Azazla, seeking to absorb the Three's power and make of himself a god without rival. It was fortunate then that the Warrior of Light and his companions thwarted Thordan before he realized his tyrannical ambitions, but the victory was not without consequence. The violence of the battle cracked the seals that kept the Triad in torpor, and the Icons had begun to stir. Worse, the Garlean Empire and their heavy-handed efforts to plunder the secrets of Azazla threatened to drag them into full wakefulness. These terrible entities must be destroyed before they arise in all their cataclysmic splendor. Oh, that's rather dire, isn't it? Dreams of the Lost. The surprise that he did not fall by your hand, Vidofnir is nevertheless pleased to learn of Ravana's defeat. Moreover, having received your good tidings, she offers some of her own. Grace Felger has entrusted her with deciding whether or not to accept Sir Emmeric's invitation. The Great White Dragon duly states that she will keep faith in you and journey to Ishgard. Elated by her reply, Alfinode announces that he will convey her words to the Lord Commander at once. The time has come to return to the capital. What does your Stola have to say? Fortunately, the journey afforded us ample time to brief Thancred on recent events. So, you slew a handful of primals, chatted with the Emperor of Garlemald, uncovered the truth behind a 1,000-year war, thwarted a megalomaniacal archbishop's ambitions, and then rode home on the back of the Father of Dragons. Does that about sum it up? Yeah, that about sums it up. Right. Let us not keep Sir Emmerich waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Thancred says, yes, quite well. Forgive me. You have given me rather a lot to digest. This whole affair with the Ishgardians and the Dravanians, and our friends nowhere to be found. 'Twould seem there is no end to our troubles. Shola says, we can but face them head on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you, as they found me. In time, we will find Ida and Papalimo and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Thancred says, pray, do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I had rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough, and you may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. Elvino says, I know you will. So then, to the congregation. There you are, old boy. We must go to the tavern together, and soon. My friends all demand to be introduced to the Warrior of Light, and they refuse to take no for an answer. Why says, pray, pay no heed to Lord Manalaine, Master Tia. I am certain you have far more pressing demands on your time, and for his part, my lord has lessons to attend. He has resumed training in the blade, you see, and has shown admirable dedication, for the most part. I believe he has a mind to take up Lord Orshval's mantle, but if he is to succeed in this, he will need all the help he can get, and as few distractions as possible. Onor keeping an eye out for his lord. All right, here we go. So you gotta run to the fences. Because you don't want to be pulled into that muck in the center again, otherwise you'll die. Plant yourself up against these ice crystals so you don't get tossed off the ship. That one gets a lot of people. Oh, we want to get out of there. Oh god, I got Doom. Oh, thank you, thank you. Gotta kill these void sprites too. I died. All right, we made it. want to kill these as quick as possible. I'll be fighting the Vipers for LB3 on the Ultima fight. Yeah, when you get that thing stacking on your head, you want to take that out because it puts down a swirling weapon there that does a lot of damage. I gotta kill the ads now, because he's invulnerable in the center. I almost didn't make that one. So you have to match the Atomos color. So he'll choose a silver or gold one every time. I knew we weren't going to get to LB2, so there's no point in waiting. May as well get the full force of LB1. I leave these eyeballs in these flowers. I don't think eyeballs are creepy, so they're great. Proto Ultima. Some of my favorite music in the game. I'm gonna run to the edge here, but not in the yellow. We're gonna go to the middle here. And we're gonna immediately move out of the center. Ah, they beat me to it. I was a little too slow there. Really should put limit break on a hotkey here. I like these stained glass hearts. They're really cool looking. I like her weapon, too. That would be an awesome one to have. Oh, let's do this without a tank stance? Sure. Guy's nuts. Ah, I didn't get out of that in time. Alright, you want to be behind her where her wings are. Right where the V is. You gotta keep an eye on where that V is. Now, if you have these hands on you, you do not want to move. I'm going to take the Conla. Ouch. Be behind that disc. Chimera puppet. I got to do LB3. Makes me so happy. I don't know why. This looks freaking cool. Nice interrupt. Nice interrupt, guys. Whoever did it. Somebody said, is she dead? And I said... pretty sure no, but I'm not a sage, so I can't say on the medical front. Someone, the sage replies, diagnosis dead. We gotta kill these doors. Maybe a couple more doors spawning. Goodness gracious. It generates like 4 or 5 times there. Go behind the disc again. You want to group up. Ah, there's our weapon. Joy. Joy. Scaith complete. Oh, the dancer gave me a comm. Or dancer didn't give me a comm, sorry. Dance gave me party. Dance partner. Like having a brain cramp here. Do not relax your guard yet, Gav. The air is still heavy with its foul presence. Redlia says, already taking care of the fiend, have you? And you didn't even need that dusty old relic to do it. Okay, it says, be careful, Captain. Diabolos yet lurks in the shadows. Ouch. Poor cat. Singed. Finally have I claimed the Shadow Queen's power for mine own. Yet still am I harried by you noisome weevils. I must needs quit this realm for a time, and when I have grown accustomed to my newfound might, there shall be a reckoning for your insolence. Familiar voice. This ain't the time for napping, Furball. You still got a job to do. Ha ha ha. Hi, my work here is unfinished. In Cesaire's name I unmake thee, Diablos. My master's will be done. Oh, for 15 centuries have I yearned for this power. Thou canst not unmake me. No. No! Stasia says, I should have known we were wasting our breath. The captain only heeds the siren in his heart and damn the consequences. Leofard says, I told you you'd be lost without me, didn't I? And look at you, Puss, getting knocked out cold in your moment of glory. You weren't like to get another chance to honor your master's memory, and you almost missed it. But I suppose you pulled through at the last? Aye, I'll give you that much. What does Red Leah say? How vexing to once again be rescued by Red Bill. He'd better recover from those injuries so we can go back to hating each other on an equal footing. Gansith, the plan was a resounding success, though it did require some intervention on Leofard's part. I'm afraid I misjudged his commitment to our cause. Stasia says, well, I think he'll live, which is surprising considering he crashed his ship into a bloody demon. Damned fool. Spare me your concern and your lectures. You all knew I wasn't like to stay abed with such a grand adventure in the making. And I'd rather break every bone in me body than be stripped of the freedom to go where I please. Besides, all's well that ends well, eh? Diabolos is dead and we're all alive. It counts as a victory in my book. It's just a pity that it cost me the Ramil in the doing of it. I hope she rests easy on that island refuge. What's that move that the cat's doing? Okay. A Red Bill farewell. Leofard appears to be mourning the loss of the Ramil. Bah! Me goggles are a mess. But I can always get a new pair of goggles. And a new airship. I suppose we should be glad we didn't lose aught else after diving headlong into a void scent nest. Radlia says, now that we've taken the skies back, it's time we were taking our leave. The Talons and the Red Bills can kiss this brief alliance farewell. Unless, of course, you're interested in a more permanent arrangement. Leofard says, you bootlickers might think your voice a siren song, but it grates on me ears like a harpy's screech. No, this is the first and last time we fly together. We're back to being rivals, the way it's always been. Radlia says, you are a very stubborn man, Red Bill. But you do well to remember, I always get what I want in the end. Leofard says, head back to me quarters and see to the fur balls hurts. I'll be along in a bit. Katsith says, I feel so foolish, Gav. I demanded that Leofard remain behind, only to have him rescue my mission from certain failure. A failure that would have made mock of your heroic efforts as well. You are too kind. What words exist that can properly express my contrition? I know not how to even begin making my apologies. I should like to approach the captain, but he has the air of a man who seeks solitude. 'Tis strange to see him so melancholy. Could it be the loss of the Ramil that troubles him so? Nay, I shan't intrude upon his contemplation with clumsy questions and trite platitudes. Let us leave him be for the moment. Go on ahead without me. I won't be long. See if, Step up the pace, you sluggards. Let's leave this rock behind and get to celebrating the return of the Talons. Utada. I heard the Ramil was an unsalvageable wreck. She was a fine vessel, but to endure the captain's reckless flying style. And it seems she kept him safe until her very end. Such a shame. Well, you just have to build him a new one, that's all. The captain is not his usual bombastic self. Mayhaps Stasia can enlighten us as to the source of this uncharacteristic malaise. Mr. Stasia, if I might ask you a question, do you know the cause of the captain's melancholy? Is it because of the Ramil? Or is it because of the Ramil? Pray, tell me if it is so. I cannot help but feel responsible for the vessel's destruction, and I would better understand Leofard's present distress. If you really want to understand, I suppose I should start with how the captain was orphaned as a child. As matters turned out, he was taken in by a highborn widow who raised him as her son. From what Leofard has told me, his adoptive mother was a kind, quiet-spoken woman. But due to some illness or other, she was rarely able to venture outside. Instead, she spent hours reading to her boy from a library well stocked with books from faraway lands. Leofard cared for her as her malady grew worse by the day, and he was there by her side when death finally carried her away to Thal's halls. While she was alive, she never did ask much of him. Not long before she passed on, however, she wrung from him one single promise, that he escape the conformity she had always endured and live his life as free as a bird. As you've likely guessed, her name was Ramil. That's her portrait there hanging on the wall. Catsith says, "Ah, this explains much. I had wondered as to the origin of his vessel's naming." Stasia says, "The Sky Pirate Way is the life Leofard chose for himself, but I like to think he named his ship the Ramil so that his mother would be there to watch over all of his adventures." Leofard says, "Since when were you so loose-lipped about a comrade's private past, Stasia?" I ain't in the habit of leaning on people's sympathies, so you can all keep that tidbit to yourself, eh? And I thought I told you to see to the furball's wounds. Look at your cape, puss. It's in tatters. Come here a moment. A scarf? For me? Aye, that's a little present we give to every new Redbill. Ramil taught me that it's not protecting memories that's important. It's having the strength to follow your path and make those memories in the first place. Seeing how determined you were to clean your master's slate, I'd say you'd fit right in with our crew. Listen, if you're thinking about that little airship... Listen, if you're thinking that little airship meant a lot to me, then you'd be right. But I'd rather mourn a hunk of metal... Let's try this a third time. Listen, if you're thinking that little airship meant a lot to me, then you'd be right. But I'd rather mourn a hunk of metal than lose them as can share in me highs and lows. So let's just get this straight, Puss. There's no need for apologies. The Sky Pirate makes his choice and he sticks by it. Ketsis says, "The life of a Sky Pirate, As I seem to be bereft of both place and purpose now, I suppose I shall accept your offer. I am yours to command, Captain." Leofard says, "Glad to hear it. Your first duty is to join us in giving our adventurer here a proper send-off." Stasia says, "Well, it's about bloody time you two saw eye to eye, but honestly, Captain, you don't mean to head out in those rags, do you? Let's get you cleaned up as well before we say our fond farewells." All right, Utada says, "Did you see? Ketsith is wearing a red bill scarf. Isn't that just wonderful? For 15 centuries did I wander in the dark, alone. To be so surrounded by companions and given a new hearth to call home fills me with a warmth I had almost forgotten was possible." Stasia says, "We have a spare airship the captain can use for now until he feels ready to build a new one." Neofard says, "It's time we parted ways, Gav. Let's give you an escort down to Cold Wind." That was some adventure, Gav, but our journey into the unknown is over. For the now. When the skies spit out some new mystery, you can bet that I'm coming to find you. After all, there ain't nobody else who handles the unexpected quite like you do. High adventure and the heady rush of danger. Surely in this life there is no greater reward. Oh, I got a red bill scarf. New chapter of New Game Plus has been added. All right. Don't know. Do I have to go to talk to somebody? Present the weeping eye of the Manukmane to Sonu Vanu in the Sea of Clouds. Okay. Let's go do that. The Tramontane returns, and with it the white. So too comes the great Netherling warrior. Weeping eye of the Manukmane. The round gemstone, heavily aspected to both water and wind, is believed by the Zundu tribe to be one of the eyes of the Manukmane, a great beast of Vanu legend. like double rainbows in the mists. Sanu knows not what to make of this. An eye in the hands of a netherling. Storm clouds of the Vundu are no match for the eye's might. Smash it against the aetheryte in the whale's crown, and he will be vulnerable once more. Bind him with chains of steel and drive him from Cloud's sea. Return zephyr winds and sunlight to our lands. Okay. Oh, we gotta speak with Sid now. Where is Sid? Ah, okay. Down there. There you are, Gav. The Enterprise Excelsior is ready to depart whenever you are. Say again? Chief Sanu wants you to smash some gemstone against an aetheryte to dispel a barrier of storm clouds? I don't even know where to begin. The hell's with it. Maybe it'll bring us good luck. I'll rendezvous with you there. Attune to the aetheryte, the whale's crown. Alright, let's fly over there. After a pause, you smash the gemstone against the aetheryte. Nothing much happens. Out of habit, you attune with the aetheryte. And once more, nothing much happens. Alright. Confront Bismarck in the Limitless Blue Extreme. Alright. Speak with the Voth storyteller at Loth Astafoth. Click, click. Ah, our hunter friend. Welcome. You come hunting gods once more. The non-mind is glad of your thirst for divine blood. Ever more rapacious do the one mind grow as they seek offerings to glut our deity's insatiable appetite. Another path to our god's domain? Yes, there's but one way. You must seek out the Gyna Hive on the far side of the colony and attune your spirit to the aetheryte ensconced within. But the deed is not possible. We hear that the crystal is warded by ancient ritual magics. The One Mind have woven the seals such that only the most worthy of warriors shall be granted leave to enter Thaka's Thak. And they do not share with the non-mind what they consider worthy. Attune to the aetheryte in the Gyna Hive. After a pause, you smash the gemstone against the aetheryte. Nothing much happens. Out of habit, you attune to the aetheryte. And once more, nothing much happens. But we unlock the extreme. Okay. Back to Foundation. See what Andalou has to say. This is a dark day for the Temple Knights, but I have faith that we shall overcome this trial. Oh, good you're back. Things got a bit heated while you were away. You have returned. In this, at least, the fates are kind. Elfino says, Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofnir has accepted Sir Emmerich's invitation. She has? These are glad tidings indeed. Lucia says, would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Elfino says, is he otherwise engaged? Hilda says, aye, sleeping off a knife to the gut. What? What happened? Will he live? Lucia says, the chirurgeons tell me he will make a full recovery, but had Lord Edmont and Lord Artoirel not been on hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We've been dousing the fires, but for every one we put out, it seems 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. Lucia says, 'tis plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. Until they have been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Then let us be about it. All right. We're going to pick up, let's see what these all have to say. Just as Sir Emmerich risked his life to bring about lasting change, so too will others wager all to preserve what they hold dear. Stola says, the Archbishop may have fallen, but the legacy of his predecessors endures. Hilda says, even if we had the same resources to combat the fires as them up in the pillars, we'd still be fighting a losing battle. You've seen the Broom, all them narrow streets with wooden houses crammed together. It's kindling is what that is. Thancred said, Louisoix once told me that man is all too willing to let his future be bound by his past. And time after time have I witnessed how depressingly right he was. Ooh. Primal accessories of slaying or offending. I'll probably take the slaying one for glamour. Lucia would begin the hunt for the arsonists without delay. Lucia says, the flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Elfino says, have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fires were set? Mayhap there is a pattern. Lucia says, if there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city in both the pillars and foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Elfino and Mistress Y'shtola, I would have you take charge of the investigation in Foundation. As you wish. Mayhap Tataru can be of assistance as well. Hilda says, meaning Gav and me get the pillars. Oh, they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogues striking a pose over there be joining us? Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and may I say what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. The name's Hilda, a Scion, eh? And there I was thinking I'd found a fellow ruffian amongst all those illustrious personages. Lucia says, I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. Thancred says, while we could begin by sifting through charred rubble and questioning random passers-by, in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Oh, aye, says Hilda, the infamous Lord Emmanuel de Fortin, lover of women and wine, though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Thancred says, Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion, Gav. Hilda says, he'll be at the Croisier, most like, making an effort to be seen, so let's go and see him. Thancred says, grizzled I will accept. But old? Oh, Thancred. All right, on that note, we are going to leave it here for tonight. We got quite a bit done, actually. We got unlocked 4 trials and 3 alliance raids, which will give us a lot more variety in alliance raids in particular, because you can only do Crystal Tower series so many times before you go, oh my god, I'm so bored. And I like to do the roulettes daily, because it's a lot of XP. The gil adds up over time quite a bit, so it's nice to have variety, believe me. All right. The other thing is the Moogle Tombstone event that's coming up at the end of February has the Stormblood Alliance raids in them as one of their, I want to say daily events, or daily Tombstone events. So, all right. Might get through Stormblood fairly quickly to be able to unlock those so that I have them available when the Moogle Tombstone event starts, because they have some really, really cute glamour items. They have mounts that are available that are very difficult to get otherwise. Just a bunch of cool items that are not easy to get. All right, cat joke. And having Stormblood Alliance raids will add a little more flavor too. This is a bad one. Or a good one. I don't know which. What do you call a cat who loves to bowl? An alley cat. Alley cat. Yeah. Alright, cats and kittens. I'm going to say goodnight. You have a great one. We will see you very soon for more adventures through the post-Heavensward patches. Alright. Mama Cat Gamer is signing out. Hit the notification bell if you want to hear more. Like, subscribe. You know what to do and when to do it. And there you go. Y'all have a great one. Mama Cat Gamer is really signing out for now.